prices have to fall because people can't pay more. The problem is drain is just an absolute disaster, or catastrophe. The Pakistani Navy and the Chinese Navy have begun their joint maritime exercise in Shanghai. It's called the Sea Guardian 2. It's an opening ceremony that took place at a military port in Shanghai, and it is being revered as a major coming together of allies that will stand together against the United States of America and Indo-Pacific allied countries. The Institute for the Study of War says that, without a doubt, Russia has territorial ambitions beyond Donbass. The ISW reported on July 9th that Russia wants to annex multiple regions. Russia says that this is an inalienable part of Russian land. The German Chancellor has said that the government is now preparing for the largest possible shortfall in gas supply. Economists are saying to buckle up. The housing crash in Austin is just taking hold. No buyers, according to realtors. Selling liquidity. Inventory is piling up in a record fashion. The June 22 inventory gain of 2,132 was 3 times the previous record, and they're warning it is just now getting started. Netflix is jumping on the bandwagon to blame the loss of 200,000 subscribers on inflation. They're saying inflation has prompted households to reduce service spending. Of course, obviously, you don't need to watch some sort of pre-programmed agenda drama garbage when you can't feed your children. Pretty soon, parents will have to make the decision on whether it's worth it to keep sending them into indoctrination in many ways. Now, I'm not blanketing that statement, but we have to face certain things, that there are things taught to children before they are psychologically capable of taking it in, absorbing it, and not being mentally negatively affected by it. There are conditions in the school setting, like telling children they have to just hide in a corner if there's an active violence event, forcing them into victimization, because you're through these thought processes, telling them that this person's going to come and slaughter everybody. You sit in that corner and hope you're safe. And then the children, who are also hyper aware, hyper anxious, and hyper vigilant to all of these things, now they see things like what happened in Texas. And they're like, hold on, I've got to wait in a corner for 45 minutes? It's a mess. And this is America. The French finance minister has said that a Russian gas cutoff is the most likely scenario that we are to face. Russian war correspondents say that the Russian opposition has struck Russian command and control centers several times with significant results. They say that these centers are small, but they are important. Russia is furiously attacking one of the largest opposition cities to make it impossible to rebuild and return to normal, according to local reports. If this was your area, how would you rebuild your Houston, Texas, your San Diego, your Louisiana, your Pennsylvania, your Florida? We look around us right now and we don't see rubble and crying mothers. We haven't become numb yet to the fact that you're just seeing massive amounts of distress and depression. Right now it's all mental for us here in America. But changes in the tide are coming. If you can feel it, and I'm sure you can, the wind has changed. Now that smoke, instead of being pulled away from us, is coming right back at us. And it threatens to choke our entire future. The EU embargo on Russian goods has expanded to cover now cement, alcohol, caviar, and luxury goods. Berlin and Brussels have pushed for exemptions because of gas crisis events. They say that it's time for changes to take place. The Turkish defense minister says that Turkey will not give up. It will not postpone its planned military operations in Syria. We can all thank the government for looking out for companies. The French economic minister says that a total halt to gas supplies from Europe is the most likely event. But the government is working hard to protect companies that will be affected by this supply disruption. So thanks for looking out for the little guys.
Right.
AAA is reporting that more people have been calling a tow and recovery service because they have run out of gas. But remember, the White House says everything's fine. This is
Right, this is fear-mongering. I don't give a shite. This is absolutely demonic. I've never seen it so bad. So purposely by the World Health Organization Corporation. The globalist takeover. You're demonic and you're sick demons. That's all you are. I hope this is deliberate to ramp up the heat. It's extortion level in England since the 1970s. As a child, I remember it getting warm, like 30 degrees by the coast we lived. But never, ever this dryness. So if you don't know anything, if anyone gets to see this, or because I get shadow banned and hacked into and everything else going on, look at Dean Whitterton. I can't bother to type everything because I'm so horrendously, this is deep state. This is horrendous. And I'll give you, it's all about business and commerce. They really don't give a shit. The heart duo engineering, people need to get out there and research. They've been radiating me with the trauma-based mind control, with the microwaves, Jews, technology, everything thrown at me. And my muscles and my body is absolutely, they want to prevent me. So this is bombarding me again with the same BS. And I've been trying to actually download the whole list. The world has been deceived, and I'm glad that our people are waking up to the BS that's going on. It's all by design, and there's only a few global elites connected in the bloodline families that are going to profit at the misery of human population on this earth. It doesn't matter anymore what country you live in. They've got one agenda, one globalist takeover, one world army, one world currency. It's all about control. Right, so data, because what I studied and what I know, I'm not an expert, just a little thing or two. The documents, take back control, but you need to do it in honour. They don't give a shit, excuse my bluntness, they don't give a monkeys about in honour and in lawful due process. They've got one agenda, and if you don't go along with that, so I'm now going to go in to see if anyone's put any. There's so much demonic things they want to replace. I mean, you got God-given natural and animal rights in the bloody first place. You wouldn't think it the way the world is. Where all the distractions keep you busy, right? What is the monetary system in the first place? It set things on fire, and this heat's going to cause problems. Is underground, there is a cloning, this advancement in technology, right? You got underground dams, underground tunnels, the Vatican and Rothschilds, educate yourself to just isn't digging around to know what the heck you're dealing with. Because if you don't, you're just, well, literally, the shite's already hitting the fan. No pun intended with the UK weather. Right, first of all, let's see if I can download a document when I'm here. because they've been hacking me all bloody day. These are demonic entities possessed. You know, these are human individuals possessed. They don't give a shite about nobody. And it's about trust and equity. If you don't know about trust equity law, meaning definitions of words, sentence grammar, postmaster, stamp duty, etc., etc., you know, they don't want people to be educated. If you didn't know about the legal fiction, what the hell the legal fiction is. The agents working as trustees, you know, public servants, they are the trustees. We, the living men and women, are the beneficiaries and debtors for the trust account. We don't own the birth certificate. Okay, so I'm just trying to... City of London was dissolved as a corporation. So, it's all about right trust. Again, when you're in the target position, I mean, if you look into the definitions, the meaning of words, you've got Black's Law, edition second or third. Be careful about the trap, so the maximums. You know, the proof of claim for anything in a civil matter is on that agent working for that corporation, right? And so, don't know if I can find out. I've had enough of this today. It doesn't matter about affidavits. In that bloody when you're on their system to be experimented on non-consensually, they all get away with it. They do falsify documentation, and especially when it's digitalized. You know, you know, if you cause harm or injury to another individual in common law, that is an offence. If it's a civil matter, it's off a contract. Acts and statutes, governance is by the consent, and there is no such thing as members of parliament in England, for example. I'm just here forever trying to search that document again. They're just constantly popping their nose into my affairs without consent. And yeah, the ESTUIQUEBIE Trust. There's a PDF and it explains about the trust, how it was created. I did all that, but I need a list of the other document. They're expecting a lockdown, claiming there's a you-know-what. You know, my gut instinct tells me it's going to be a military operation, while there's a recess for the public servants on holiday. The hike of foods already, hike of energy supplies, it's all contracts, but it's numbers on a computer. I wish I'd make this search easy. Average stating the truth. You see, when you do all that, you set your rebuttals point to point, and that cannot be, you know. For 22 years, you don't keep a civil matter open. For 22 years, it's that in statute law in England. It is statute barred after 6 years. So this is where this is obvious what is going on for so long. When people think, oh, let's just enjoy the weather, well, good luck. You'll be in a shock if you spent all your cash on going on holidays and stuff like that. collecting oil. It's all about data mining. Oh, God. Just gonna put a note. Anyone in the meantime, let's just drop down that for now. Because who else gives a shite, eh? Who gives a shite? So I'm just gonna. You gotta look at these weather cams. You gotta know what you're dealing with. There's a world event of Nebrew. Got some group at Scotland weather cam. Nobody comes in my network because they're just always hacking me. So I don't give a shite anymore. I don't give a shite. There's always comets in the skies. There's nothing new. It's the same images and what I'm seeing. So be careful about the deep state cabal. Just don't even know half of it. It's all linked. So they're claiming New York is going to encourage them to get out New York. How are they going to evacuate all those people in New York City? Where are they going to be displaced to? You know, it's like these movies I've seen. I'm having a break from all this. I don't give a shite what you agents working for the deep state do. I really don't give a shite anymore. It's all about control. NWO, from history to date, it's nothing new. So, spiritual people, been warning. How much warning do you need? It's all about control. NWO, from history to date, nothing new. Can't make it up. You've got the highest alert. You've got the highest alert. You know, in UK mainstream weather forecast, right? For this coming weekend, for Friday, to reach 100 Fahrenheit heat. It was, what is it now, about 27 degrees, 26 degrees? Any idiots out there that have not been covered getting heat stroke, I've got no symptoms for you. Yeah, mainstream UK. There's a level 3, which is the highest alert they can get in England. For the UK, it's on until Friday. And then it goes back down to average. But what is average? And if you don't know that the physical disruption to weekend music events, sport events, after the taxpayer-funded public service warned, it would be too hot to work. Homes could be left without gas or power. Do you have any storage of bottles of water? That's the first thing the body needs to keep hydrated. And it claims on there today's mainstream a particular website. This afternoon, the UK Met Office issued a rare warning for deadly heat across most of England this Sunday coming to hit 38 centigrade. 38. That is like you're in Middle East or you're in Australia. The pole shifts have shifted. And why do you think gut feeling tells you in America they want to evacuate the area? New York's on the coast. If there's going to be a tsunami, a wave, a huge water wave to hit that coastline for some. Have you seen all the movies out there from years ago? Or what about 2012, that movie? There were so many disaster movies. Like New York. Oh, there's so many out there, I can't even tell you. And then it says it leads to potential serious illnesses or danger to life. Now, these public servants and emergency services are going to be struggling. So you need to know about your natural first aid. If you have a cut, if you fall, medical issues, and get anything that you haven't got a thing that you can eat a can, you know, without having to heat it, then bloody hell. Well, I'm still know your bloody AI is watching me. Be careful, the deep state. They might not do things straight away, but this anyway. I'm not under. Be careful, the deep state. They might not do things straight away, but this anyway. I'm not. People going about like nothing's wrong. Nothing's going to bother them. You soon will. It's only 24 at the moment. Well, I don't know whether it's up my area or what. It's only 24 at the moment. Well, I don't know whether it's up my area or what. Oh, we don't know about heart weather engineering. But time on land. Weather engineering or geoengineering, HARP as well. Weather engineering or geoengineering. They're just going to be left, these demonic creatures. You don't care. They're soul captures, you know. They're just going to be left, these demonic creatures. You don't care. They're soul captures, you know. Important thing is to try and keep balanced. What is upside down? Important thing is to try and keep balanced. What is upside down? I've been monitoring everybody's internet. Right. Listen to this in the background that's going on in America. You might not be able to hear it.
To expect, I don't know when, but maybe soon, that there's going to be some kind of nuclear event in New York City.
No,
A minute and a half public service announcement. But I want to give you my opinion why they did this. Now, if you live in New York City, if Russia attacks New York City, folks, there's not going to be anything left. Basically, the whole city will be gone. So there could be a major false flag attack.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my opinion. Now, Russia is not going to attack New York City just out of the blue. They're not going to attack New York City. If Russia attacks us with nuclear weapons, it will be an all-out attack against all of our military bases first.
Yep.
We posted a video, our last video, about Joe Scallon, which is a nuclear weapons expert. Canadian prepper interviewed him and posted that video up yesterday. Folks, please watch the video. This is a nuclear expert. He's going to tell you his opinion. But, Russia is not just going to pick out one city in the United States and send a nuclear weapon, folks. I don't think they're going to do that.
No, you won't.
What I think is going to be another event like 9/11.
Exactly.
It's going to be a huge false flag attack to get us into the war.
Yes.
Joe Biden needs a legitimate reason to attack Russia. And I think this would give him the reason. The reason I say that is because Russia's nuclear doctrine is not to take out civilian targets. If Russia attacked New York City, folks, they know that will cause a massive response from the United States. Do you understand what I'm saying? If Russia attacked Orlando, Florida, or Miami, or Colorado, they know that would elicit a massive nuclear response back on Russia. So why would they take out a civilian city? They're not going to do that.
Nope.
But we would, our government would do that in a false flag and blame it on Russia. So
Exactly.
they're priming the population.
Then Britain
They're
gets
priming the
involved.
population to expect, I don't know when, but maybe soon, that there's going to be some kind of nuclear event in New York City, and they're probably going to blame it on Russia. to get us into the war in Ukraine. So
There's more to
all of
do
this
with it.
stuff is happening
It's not just that.
right now. I'm going to do a nuclear war survival video.
It's not just that. They're going to cover this up with this. It's weather engineering. You know, the sun is dying. The pole shifts. The Negro, it's here. They know that. So, careful about disinformation. There's so many scare stories. Get into Grey YouTube channel. If you've got it set up. I've been a Skywatcher for years. And I know exactly what they meant. The radiation is so intensifying on Earth. You know, they have to spray heavily above the atmosphere to protect from the radiation impact. It's creating the CMEs and flares from the sun. And that's interacting with technology. And putting in 5G, switching that on top. And then they're working on 6G technology. It's like the whole Earth is a grid pattern and entrapping humanity and causing all the droughts, causing the control of the weather, the manipulation. And they have to do it. They made a mistake. They know that all these corporations in the world was too long. And they've sucked out the resources of Mother Earth. And they have to do a reset to redo the damage they've caused for so long. And these off-planet entities know that. They're on Earth for a long time to teach these idiot elite bloodline families to correct their mistakes. And if they don't, they're running a lot of them in the bunkers, deep underground bunkers worldwide. And a lot of this advancement technology already off planet. Yeah, Super Soldier program. You want to look into the Black Ops. So, yeah. I'll be back. Because this is just all planned. And a lot of this advancement technology already off planet. Yeah, Super Soldier program. You want to look into the Black Ops. So, yeah. Iron oxide affects the body and it affects your lungs if you're breathing it in, and the chemical engineering and whatever toxicity, you know, whatever else is spraying is affecting. But anyway, I'm not mathematical minded. Anyone can research this, but
So on Odyssey, we're going to do a video and then upload it because I'm going to talk about medical things, and I can't talk about medical things on YouTube because I am not a medical doctor, but I'm going to give you some medical advice about how you can survive a nuclear war, folks, what you can do to detox your body, but I can't discuss it on YouTube, unfortunately, because of the censorship. So we're going to have to do a pre-recorded video or a live video on Odyssey, and then we're going to go over a lot of different things that you can do to help you survive if you're not in the blast radius. But what I think is happening is that our country, our government, they're priming the people. They're getting them ready for something to happen either in New York City or another major city, and they're going to blame this on Russia or China so that they can enter the war. Russia doesn't go around just nuking civilian cities. They're not going to do that. Like I said, they're going to go all out. If Russia launches an attack against our country, it will be against all of our military bases first, the NATO bases in Europe. It will not just be nuking New York City or Miami Beach or Los Angeles, California, just for the hell of it. Putin's not going to do that because it doesn't benefit Russia. There was no benefit to Russia if they nuke one American city. They know that the whole world is going to come down on them at that moment. So what I'm thinking is that they're setting up a false flag, and they're getting people ready for that information. So before we get going, I want to welcome everyone to our chat. We got 896 people watching, but I want to show you a little bit of war history from World War II. I don't know if you know a little history of family and Adrian's family. My father was in World War II. Adrian's father,
I'm sharing a channel.
and his name was also Adrian, was in World War II. And he served under Patton in Europe, and he fought the Nazis, he fought Hitler. He was in Italy when they took over Italy, and Mussolini was hung. Adrian's father told her of some of his war adventures during World War II. He was a tanker in World War II. And I want to show you his jacket, folks. This is history. This military jacket right here, this is Adrian's father's military coat when he was in World War is over 80 years old. You can see the sergeant stripes right here. This is faded. He had a patch here. Here's some of her medals. Adrian said he's got a lot of medals. Also on this other shoulder, he's got a patch here. I don't know if you can see this, but this jacket that you're looking at right now, under General Patton. So this is this military coat, and this is history, folks. This is over 80 years old. So I just wanted to show you that you know what the uniforms looked like back 80 years ago when World War II was going on. So anyway, a lot of things are going on right now. The breaking news is that President Vladimir Putin has called an emergency meeting of his parliament. So let's go ahead and look at that article right now. And folks are fixing to declare, according to all the information, Russia is fixing the full war against Ukraine. Dissolution of Ukraine with fast-track procedures. An emergency meeting of the Duma was called by President Putin. Dramatic developments are coming. So this is President Vladimir Putin addressing his parliament, or they call that the Duma, in Russia. An alarm has sounded, and I don't even know if I got this on the screen for you guys. Yes, I do. An alarm has sounded in the West and in NATO as President of Russia, Vladimir Putin, has called an emergency meeting of the State Duma. This is unscheduled. Information indicates that he is going to officially declare war on Ukraine, which is why Kiev is now laying mines on the border with Belarus. The data showing new escalation. A few hours ago, Vladimir Putin issued a decree by which he grants Russian citizens anti-air missile defense system in Donbass. Bases in the rear and ammunition depots have been hit. Now, these are the U.S. supplied HIMARS to Ukraine. Ukraine has also 1 million troops. Russian hackers have revealed the involvement of the West and the U.S. in the strikes against Russia. We must now note that as early as the 9th of the month, 2 days before today's news about emergency convening of the Duma became known, information had appeared in the Russian media about an important decision that will change the form of war in Ukraine. So, folks, on the last video, on one of the last videos that I did, President Vladimir Putin had authorized his country to go to war. He put his military on a war footing and ordered his entire military factories to work 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Russia is getting ready for World War III. They are activating their entire war fighting capabilities. All of their military factories will be running around the clock right now, and it looks like they're fixing to mobilize their entire Russian military and reserves for a full-scale war with NATO and Ukraine. So let's keep on going. Extraordinary meeting of the State Duma amid war in Ukraine. The Russian Parliament will hold an emergency session. Russia's lower house of parliament will convene on July 15th. That is 4 days from now for an emergency session. Its council decided on Monday, that is today, days after President Vladimir Putin warned that the war in Ukraine had not even begun in earnest. The Russian parliament, which is dominated by Vladimir Putin's party, listed a number of amendments on completion and information policy to be discussed in the extraordinary session. Vladimir Velesvev, head of the United Russian Party, which has 325 seats in the 450-seat parliament, said lawmakers would discuss more than 60 issues at the session. It is necessary that the processes that are going on now receive a legal response, Vasily said on pro-Putin's Telegram channel. So the council discussed the agenda on the 15th. We intend to...
That's their take on it. In England, the public servants on holiday. I'll look at what day. Where they're going to go? Are we going to go in their bunkers and hide away? I can hide away from... What about the rest of the world? That's Europe. What about Australia? Different parts of the world? Africa? Middle East? Yeah? It's about oil. Power. Control. They have technology, it's not just nuclear. They have advancement in technology that we're not letting on. And the target individuals are going to know too well what technology that is. We don't need a bloody nuclear, weaponry for wars. They can do it with a Project Blue Beam. If you don't know what scalar waves is, and radiation, a neuromonitoring brain interface, just research it. But they're hacking into the internet and you won't get to see the video and stuff, so literally it's focusing the fear. This is what they do, the fear. And they've got to get your responses. These parasites feed off the human negativity and fear, and they're so demonic. Anyway, Don't listen to mainstream media or watch it. Focus on your spirituality. Get off the mainstream telly. It's nihilistic programming, NLP. Controlling the mind. You know? You absorb that energy and it affects your internal spirituality. They're soul catchers, that's all they are. What's important? You need to survive, right? And you just any target individual out there knows how to survive the best they can. You just ask any homeless individual in the world how they're surviving now without bricks and water and running water. I mean, they do their best they can. So you tell me what public servant, what company CEO and their list of investors, corporations around the world and England care. Hmm? Do they care that you can't put electric on or the heating on? Well, you won't need it at the moment in England. But the cost of supply, it's always been business and commerce. Don't you think these bloodline families behind the scenes know each other? Yeah? Intermarry? Have arranged marriages? Keep the wealth in the family? Nothing new. There's always been wars. There's always been trade deals. There's always been control in history to date. The thing is, this is about taking back your own power. And I'm talking on a spiritual level. Because no matter what you do, like I've already done, in the lawful due process, they have one agenda: to shut people up to dictation, control, and it's nothing new. So, distractions away from the real issues. And what are the real issues, you might say? Nibiru, well, people call it Planet X as well, but Nibiru, the planetary bodies, effects of the solar minimum. There's a DAP 2030. It's been warning about the control of food, wheat supply, and Withington. Oh my gosh. And many others have been warning about, well, about the control of commodities, what is going to be worth. When you control the food supply, you've got to control the mind of men and women, individuals, aren't you? Because they can be worried about cost of living, cost of rising. And this individual I got to hear, oh, she's been filmed tomorrow for. Look, all media is controlled. She's going on telly to be filmed in her flat, and she's a target individual in England. Oh, the program's about how to cook on a budget. You don't realise there's a psychological tactic to that. This company doing the filming of people, oh, how to survive on the low income. You look at the Great, you can easily do that. Look at the Great Depression. And there's, I'll have to find it again. But there's a, I don't know, there was, I can't remember now, there was, I think it was a channel, could be a website, about how to cook with little, with, literally, with basically, you got dry powder, if you don't know about tin butter, they're raising the price of dairy. I mean, come on, they're killing our bloody livestock and food supply because they want to. When I saw this document, I don't know who shared it now, I can't remember. They want to grow lab meat. They're going to grow, they've got the technology to grow organs by 3D printing. And I don't know if it's 4D as well. But when I saw that, I thought, that's what? Artificial intelligence is also cloning involved. You didn't even know that? Japan is leading the way in cloning. I mean, what year was it? Was it 2003? Dolly the sheep, the clone Dolly the sheep. What do you think the technology is like? It's not anything what's portrayed in the mainstream media. It's about 20, 30 years ahead. It's more than that. And of course, NASA and all these not so intelligent agencies are going to portray they're the ones to lead the way. No, scalar waves, handheld devices, targeting individuals. They want conquer and divide. They want people to be unrest. They want people to be afraid. They do a bloody good job about it. That little video, I don't normally listen to things like that because it just raises your vibrations lower. Oh, bloody, when you've got setups happening constantly, but nothing to cope with and deal with all that BS on top. So let me just talk to my muscles all day. Keep relaxed, as they say. Let's have a look now. They're hacking into my internet again. Nothing there. Yeah, even people from different parts of the world are flocking into this channel. Hello, Daniel. I put I missed you, so I wasn't reading the chat. It's about 24 degrees over here in the evening, and it's really humid. Alright. This screen share, we can watch it, the channel, and then take your own viewpoint on this. I'm sure there's people getting loads of videos about this. So be careful about distractions, taking your mind off what's really going on. He puts a heading to scare people. That is the very day I'm meant to be getting this certain service on my I'm gonna go and look in the webcam. So that's the channel, right? But watch weather cameras like I do. It's got a hell of a lot to do with the weather. comets, asteroids. Spraying skies out like a bug. When you've got people like Tanya in Australia, they're getting flooded out. What's this one? Quite humid still. So compared to some sites, look, 1.5k watching his channel. So be careful about disinformation, people. And then you only got one watching me. You see how I've got a shadow ban? It's trauma-based mind control. And traumas. They're all part of it. Battle of the souls is so true. But pushing this is climate change, by the way. In UK, here we go, scaremongering. Ukraine war. Is Russia weaponizing its gas supply? It's all over trade deals. And you do not want. And there's also, they're going to, the lockdowns. The you-know-what outbreak on a cruise ship in Australian news. Let's go down. This is a good channel, this guy. It's time to repeal the Second Amendment. Europe goes on high alert. Well, I don't know about UK. Let's go down a bit more. It's Satanist world. And then UK mainstream news is getting hotter more and more often because they're controlling it. And they've got more record delays. I don't know if that's Australia or just England. On airplanes, flights. Also, you've got Dutch farmers on protest. It's all by design. The mind control. You see? Now, why do you think there's hundreds of ducks blocking roads in Philippines? Has this got anything to do with the weather manipulation. X-class solar flare, potential solar activity, Earth Master. I'd rather focus on the effects of that. And they're putting it down to climate change. Solar activity is increasing.
If you can dream it, Fiber illustrators can draw it. Pick a style.
What's going on there, guys? Good afternoon. It's the Earthmaster here on this finally Monday. No, the dreaded Monday, July 11th, 2022, about 12:06 p.m. California time. Latest quake on the Earthquake 3D globe looks like a 1.5 in the area of Southern California. We have seen a little increase in movement out here along the North American plate and also just offshore into the just to the west of the Cascadia subduction zone. Let's go ahead and check out the latest activity here on the USGS map, showing some of that movement here. Looks like right around the Gorda Ridges area. Just seen a 2.6 come in within the last hour. Prior to that, we've seen a couple earthquakes up here around the Blanco fracture zone and also down here in the Gorda escarpment. So a little bit of pressure increases out here in the area of the Cascadia. Far as inland goes, did see some movement over here in Nevada as well, 3.5 near Eureka. Also low activity down here in the Ridgecrest area. Looks like that's just north of the Garlock fault zone right here, about a mile or so north of there. Let's go ahead and bring up the all magnitude so we can see a little bit bigger picture of what's going on here. We'll get to this activity here in just a second, but I want to show some movement popping off out here in the desert of Nevada. Seen, well, a pair of earthquakes there, 3.5, a couple of them, and some other 2s and 1s in the mix as well. They're out there amongst many fault systems. Of course, a lot of mountain ranges and some old fault systems and active ones as well out there. This activity is striking northeast of the Warm Springs area. We have seen some movement out there in the past, a month or so ago, a little swarming activity such as what we're seeing today. So we'll keep an eye on it. I think overall, that's a sure sign of some regional pressure here along the North American plate. Definitely when we see that activity stretching inland like that. Movement around the Ridgecrest area is noted, just a little bit of activity north of the Garlock fault zone and a couple earthquakes here just to the south of the Garlock fault shear zone, which is this pretty well-defined feature. To the west of Mojave, getting a little earthquake activity within the last hour, a 1.1 and a 1.5. Pretty shallow earthquake activity out here at less than a kilometer, so 0.3. Keep an eye on the area pretty closely there. Southern California further south, some movement along the San Jacinto fault zone, and one little lonesome earthquake out here around the Aperale seismic zone with a 1.3. Further north, what do we got here? One earthquake outside about, this one here was from, looks like late last night. Let me see. I think we had another earthquake out here around the Mount Shasta area a couple days ago. Just a little small speck, 0.9. But this one further south, a little bit bigger, 1.0. Again, south of the Mount Shasta area. Let's see if we got anything being reported up here throughout the Pacific Northwest. A little activity around Mount Rainier. One earthquake down here in the Mount St. Helens area. Looking up north to the Alaska region, seeing some movement. Very typical activity up there in the mainland of Alaska. And still seeing a swarm of activity. Although this is older movement, this is from late yesterday afternoon, a couple 4s in that area. We haven't seen any further development here overnight or this morning. So low activity in Japan and through the Philippine plate. Again, this movement here is from last night. Looking at the Big Island, low activity on the southeastern region once again near Pahala, and one earthquake out in the Loihi Seamount region. This one striking earlier with a 2.5 one earthquake up here around Mauna Loa as well. Looks like a 2.0. But overall, general seismic activity seems to be calming down here in the Mauna Loa area. Over the last 7 days, things have been ramping up in a little swarm-like fashion around this volcano. But today looks a lot calmer in terms of earthquake activity on the map. Still getting some deeper activity here in the Tonga region and the Kermadec Trench. A couple of those earthquakes down there below 500 kilometers. One earthquake upstream here, getting some deep activity. Also adding some stress up here to the subduction zone itself, further upstream with a 5.0 at 10 kilometers. Notice the activity we've seen here pick up overnight and this morning time. Mid portions of the Middle East, we're looking at movement around Iran again in that area where we've seen some swarming. Seen a 4.1. Overall, things look like they're kind of picking up once again in this area of the world. Also around the Greece area, seen a 4.0. And even away in here, we'll go ahead and zoom in a little bit. Looks like a 2.9 in the Kosovo area. I'm surprised the USGS is reporting that 2.9. Who would have thunk? Who would have thought, right? The Atlantic Ocean, not a whole lot going on today. Looks pretty clear across the board. The South America region, though. And yeah, there's at least one earthquake here from earlier this morning. It looks like a 4.5, somewhat deep into the Peru-Chile Trench at 222 kilometers. But I think the big picture right now, this activity along the west coast, we got to watch. Not a whole lot popping throughout the rest of the states. A little activity that we've seen last night up through Illinois, and some movement, it looks like, being reported in the Yellowstone area. Let's go ahead and check out the Yellowstone map here real quick, see if we got any data coming back on. I know last night we had some weird signals popping up. That's going to be these right here, and it's still kind of showing. It looks like there's a lack of data being reported every minute or so, and I'm not for sure why. Just notice that it is consistent here about every minute. They're all equal in size. Doesn't matter if there's data coming in or not. It's still registered here as a technical glitch on the majority of these stations across the northwestern corner of the park. As far as earthquake activity goes in general, well, not a whole lot. Small spikes, it looks like here on this one. This is going to be a localized earthquake, but aside from that, things are calm. Not looking active at all here at Yellowstone National Park in terms of any earthquake activity. Let's see what else we got here. Checking out the solar weather department. See, have we got anything changing today? Has anything kicked back up? Well, looks like overnight we did see another, well, that almost looks like an M flare. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, kind of reached up into the M 1.0 category. Since then, though, overnight in this morning time frame, it looks like crackling with some C flares. Pretty consistent in that department. We are looking at a major increase in activity. Look at this. These guys raised up the X flare potential to 20% chance with proton possibilities around the 20% chance as well. Almost certainly, and I kind of talked about this last night, how we're, when it's crackling with these consistent C flares, that these other ones should definitely be elevated to normally a telltale sign of something about ready to pop, or, kind of like popcorn in a microwave or even on the pan, the old-fashioned way. Things start getting sizzling on the sun, and things do pop. And we get these solar flares and whatnot. But 60% chance of an M flare, I think that's good, and 20% chance of an X flare is noted. This is all coming from, see what we got. I know we got a couple new developments here that are growing rapidly. 3055, 3053 still pose a main threat because they are Earth-directed, and anything will be geo-effective in terms of any flare or subsequent CME. Right now, X flare potential looks pretty dynamic in 3055, which harbors a beta class magnetic field. Looking at 80% chance of C flare, M flare at 40. X flare around 15% chance. You can see the intermixing here. The fields are growing, looking pretty active. Let's see here. And that's got the most chance for the protons as well. All these other 3053, 6, a newer one, do pose a threat as well. But it looks like 3055 is our main one currently right now. And it, like I mentioned, it is growing. It's looking pretty rapid. And it's got a good possibility of sparking off something here, or directed So heads up, when we see these things light up like that, time to take note. Anything, like I said, will be Earth directed if it pops off. There's some further new development. Sunspot here above 3056 on the northeastern limb up here. It's not named yet, but it is pretty huge, which is, even from this angle, it looks pretty dynamic. Here's a little diff view of it. You can see kind of the prominences and these loops here, the plasma and stuff like that, just showing quite a bit of activity. Look at this here. I bet you this is raised up off the ground too, or off the surface. Pretty dynamic feature here. So things are getting very active. It almost looks like a little mini rope tornado. But this whole sunspot right here is looking pretty crazy. This one here though, it should be named really soon. What is it going to be? 3057, right? Is that right? 3057 should be the name. We just had 3056 down here. This one's on the 13th of July. These are coming from some coronal activity that had been facing us. Let's see here. Quiet to unsettled levels expected to prevail on July 11th. Periods of active conditions on the 12th. Storm conditions on the 11th are expected in response to positive polarity CH HSS. So we'll see. Again, that's on the 13th. These are the UTC time frames here. So it looks like it is going to be hitting around night time. We want to see it. Six. Crackling with minor solar flares as it turns into view. This is the southern end again. Yeah, I think we're going to see something here real soon with this type of looking at the D region absorption prediction DRAP map. This is where the radio blackouts would be, pending the flare activity kicks up, and these C flares are strong enough to cause a little bit of minor radio blackout. Once you get these strong flares kicking in here, this thing will definitely kick up into the red and cause a massive radio blackout at the higher frequency range in the 30 to 300 kHz range navigation systems. But yeah, we'll watch this pretty closely, folks. Things are getting very, very interesting on the map, on the sun. Looking at the latest fire activity. It's way out there, nowhere. Of course, there's some beautiful trees out there, some old trees, a lot of forest burning out there, and it looks like 2,340 acres with, look at that, 0% containment. That is not good news. Here's the fire perimeter from the Overwatch area, producing also some pyrocumulus clouds from the heavy smoke, and not a good deal. I'm not for sure why, how this one started out here in the middle of nowhere again, but it is burning, it looks like, to the south area, south and west, it looks like. So not good news. Definitely not good. Up here in Northern California, excuse me, not a lot going on here. Let me go back here to the watch duty. Some of these are put out. Looks like a little fire outside of Chico here near Hamilton City. It looks like maybe, not for sure, monitoring information. Canal Street and County Road 16 in Hamilton City. Looks like fire has been contained. It's probably a brush fire. No, thankfully, no major fires around me currently here in Northern California. Just got that big one down south there in the Yosemite area. I thought about going down there and checking it out, snooping around, I guess, to find out maybe what's going on down there. I tend to do that on fire season. Me and Miss Mimi's went out last year and seen the devastation in the town of Greenville and all the other communities that got caught up in that big fire here in Northern California last year. It was a bad deal. But I'm going to watch this pretty closely. If things develop and this thing really starts to take off, I may head up there. The reason being is just to find out a little bit of information on what the fire is doing. Are these guys putting it out? Or are they just letting it burn? That's kind of why I like to go into detail and find out what's going on for myself. They only provide us with a little bit of info on these sites and whatnot. But when you're in there in person, you have no, you can basically look around. Of course, you got to have the press credentials, which me and Missy Mimi's have. That's how we get into this area. A lot of people are like, "How are you getting in there?" And we can't get in there. Well, it's news agencies have the ability to report what is going on here to the public, and that's why I do these type of events here. But I am watching it pretty closely. It is in the Yosemite Wilderness area. It sucks because it's a beautiful area up there, up in the mountains, down from me. But man, 0% containment, not a good deal. All right, guys, I am going to bounce out of here. Who do we have up in the channel right now? Purple Bullet, thanks for checking in. Good afternoon to you, Purple Bullet. Looks like chat's pretty quiet out here. It's supposed to be 100. Oh, check this out. It's supposed to be 110 today here outside of Chico where I live. And it's currently, let me see what the weather is right now. It's hot out there. That's all I know. It's currently 102 degrees. We do have a little bit of humidity in there, 26%, so it's making it feel a little bit warmer. A dew point around 61. But yeah, we're supposed to be 110 degrees today. Woohoo! That's a pretty good scorcher. Not good. I'm gonna probably stay inside all day and I don't know. Check on the garden every once in a while, see what's going on with it, make sure it's not welting out there, keep it watered. All right, guys, have a good day, stay safe. We will chat at you guys a little bit later on. Stay safe out there, everyone.
Spice weather that was. So I can go on my computer and try and open a file. But I was just trying to bloody get into my own document. They're desperately controlling this computer. Huh. Yeah, Tanya, I can't do much. I'm trying to get documents up. And I just hacked into this main computer on the internet. So, what's the time for you, Tanya? In the
Yeah, Tanya, I can't do much. I'm trying to get documents up.
So, they set me up big time again. An interesting forever. Hack everything on my own. It's amazing how far back this targeting program goes, isn't it? June 22nd, 2019, made the setup. Puppet servants, the Freemason demons reopen the matter when they don't get back to me for a long time. Major setup. I've got loads of documents. Who began the setup? What a bloody free trial. Just trying to find some documents. Hacking into every bloody home is ridiculous. There's something going on in the background. Get off my computer, you perps. Scaremongering, piss off. It's all people trying to jump on the bandwagon and make videos and scaremongering people. Just for views. I don't believe in that. Everyone's jumping on the bandwagon now. UK weather, UK week. Just hear this. I'm not going to share it.
Are you a Roblox fanatic?
Where's Pepsi internet? Not everyone can get to the coast.
Helen Hansel was able to win any competition she took part in. She was known as the contest queen because she had won 7 trips to Paris. I can show you, even if you've got no money, how you can take a property that you don't necessarily own and you can make £1,000 per month.
Might as well go back to bloody handwriting things. Because they're hacking into everything I do. Yeah, people, they want us to be a prisoner and we are already. Just ask anyone that's been targeted. Oh, so I was cut off my computer. so good as hot. Be aware of your surroundings. Excuse me. So hot in here. Can't get anywhere. Extreme heat. Bloody heck. It's still 30 degrees. Come on. It's too hot. It's got to go down, surely. It's 23 degrees at the moment.
He recounts the last heartbreaking exchange she had with her brother, 45-year-old Donovan Davey. It was just after midnight Sunday. She says he was taking longer than expected to come from his job as a TSA officer at JFK Airport to their mom's house, so she called. Moments after, the conversation was cut short.
So I'm saying, Donovan, Donovan, Donovan. And in my heart, gets lower and lower.
Seconds later, he heard authorities around him. She ran 2 blocks from their mom's over to Church Avenue, East 35th Street, where she saw he was on the ground with gunshot wounds to the neck and leg.
I ran up close, only to see my brother on the floor, trembling, shaking like he's fighting. He's fighting. So I'm like, they're doing CPR on him.
She says food he had picked up was on the ground too, and that he previously stopped at an ATM. She says in this surveillance video from across the street, you see the silhouette of Davey walking when someone comes up behind him and runs away down 35th Street. Police sources tell us Davey has no criminal record and that this was a targeted shooting, but the motive is unclear. Police say according to their video, there was no contact. Is happening right behind me as we speak of these 2 police-involved shootings, a very busy night for the department. We know none of the officers were shot, but we have heard that 2 of the suspects in these shootings were killed. Let's start first with the police-involved shooting that happens here in St. Albans, Queens. This one happened around 6 o'clock this evening here on 116th Avenue, just off of Francis Lewis Boulevard. Police say that they got a couple 911 calls from a man who identified himself by name, threatening the governor, threatening elected officials, and threatening to kill police officers. When officers arrived, they say that man came out, showed his gun, they got into a shootout with him, and that suspect later died. Neighbors we spoke with describe a barrage of bullets.
Shut up, bang doors. Idiots out there. Number 10. Constant banging. ES. ES. two-part. Stop hacking my phone. Ow. Oh, my knees pain. Oh, can't even see what I'm doing. The hacking is bad. Yeah, they're hacking my computer. Oh my bloody nails have been targeting my body. Right, so let's have a look. Yeah, they're blocking me, saving documents. Going to my drive. Use the electricity cool. See the hacking because I'm trying to stream. I don't know how long. Deep state. There's been an earthquake over in Africa, I think. Not surprised, the weather's terrible. Keep hacking me. I can't keep my windows open like this. And the radiations. Very funny. Denial of services on my paid for internet. Big Brother's deep state, get off my internet. Provider services to have any authority whatsoever. They're hacking into me despite my software. Google Inc. Corporation, what you doing? Share my data. YouTube.com. All of the main internet's been hacked into. Yeah, Tanya, I can't type. Can you everything I have? I can see the cursors. They're playing at the old trick. Oh, my body is... I can't even do that on the street. Mind control and the body, the RM. It must have got my mic and all. So, this proof of placing is not thank you, Pascal. Being busy. With other business powers, so that was 2022. Oh, National Content Management Company. I can see moving here. What? 70% set up time though? Stage set up to take the watch out Friday the 15th, 2022. With these public servants involved. Demonic. So I found all these old documents from 2017 being set up before. There's MKL to chalk base mind control. These people in my area, everything's all about these cat, right? You can't make it up. Do you want to know who was stitching me up out there? Who died? That is, and that's owned a company, I didn't know it then. Citizens of Voice, Central and Eastern Hampshire. It is a national company, it's not a charity, it's linked to company. So, all these methods like mismanagement is all interlinked. Right, mismanagement public servants in my area was all stitched up, set up in 26 before that. 2015 to that, well, a long time. Probably it was in the year 2017. There's some grant titles we got for years. 2018 was no grant care limited company. As a group, it's head office in Southampton, so no wonder since 2020 and 2015. They're bothered, they've got me constantly. But I can, the documents, so there's proof of placing. Be careful, deep state. I can't even sort my own bloody printer out. On my computer. This is what it's like when you get cancelled. At 1 o'clock in the morning. Doing my documents. Absolutely getting targeted and radiated and have to wait till it's cooled down a bit. Oh. Let's have a look behind the scenes. My nerves and muscles, they shattered. So what they do, let's have a look. Studio, YouTube land is all blank. So reset my computer. The blocked everything else showing up. So as you can see, delayed reaction. Eight views. And how many hours I've been going. From 9:30 PM to 1 PM. Look, a lot of it's been hacking. Not by me. Yeah, let's doing it again. I'll make my screen blank. Suddenly appears on the screen while you're touching it. And it's interesting that they say these shifting demonic entities are playing in the background. You won't be able to hear it because they're out the speakers. How to save money, not to put heater on, a fan on. Oh, my lungs. Oh, radiation. Beam me up. No, joking. Don't. The prophecy. I cannot see anything. I cannot see anything. Yeah, the nitpick dreams, alright. The images. Right, so I can get into my own channel. Let's see if I can, shall I? I'm constantly on top of wash, radiation, hot, humid, and not great. Right, let's have a look if I can actually see my own channel, my own video. Trauma-based mind control, which is what they do. Do this on top. Just be careful. They're using guinea pigs. But now I haven't got. I'm not going to pay up for more bloody stamps ink, printer. No. Economic climate, super soul talk. Great, I need to see that. Jimmy Plain, builders of the. Yeah. The mind wipers. You think you're being kidnapped from aliens, but you're not. See? You can't see nothing. Hello? Right, hours. I can't see. See how there. Don't know how many hours have I been. I can't see. Not let me see. It's all linked so much. But it doesn't give me an angle where how long I've been streaming. Right, let's stop that playing in the background. See? The hacking. It's my main internet I'm paying for and you're hacking it. See what they're doing? They're messing about. Look how they're hacking my whole computer. This is a military operation. When I've got to fresh up my face this time of morning, I will put on Max Spice. And I don't know how long this has been going on for. I can't see. What's going on in the world? There's flooding over in Pakistan.
Jesus Christ is the most important person who ever lived, and yet there's so much we don't know about him.
Sabi. What are you doing to me? The all mainstream media portraying UK Prime Minister like to pronounce when they come back on holiday, when the world's falling apart. Yeah. Okay, you've got a sense of heat also in America, in Texas. Terrible. Secret new rules rolled out for mobile providers. That's in Australia. Strict. NASA to reveal images of the universe. Get ready for the post alien invasion. The shape-shifting demon snakes are already here. Oh look, officially Boris Johnson resigns. They pushed him out. Shape-shifting. Oh, they took it off. That's the first. What about the 24-hour news site? They're trying to get in competition.
So he was interviewed by Nick Ferrari on LBC and asked whether a woman could have a penis. I actually wrote down his exact response. He said, Nick, I'm not, I don't think we can, I get this. That was his actual response to that question. And all of those words mean the same thing. I'm not saying something. Right, but this is the bigger question, isn't it? So all of these people in authority, politicians, now the church, civil servants, whoever, teachers, academics, everyone's terrified of saying the thing that joins me now. Dr. Matthias, as the establishment arms us with warning to the new
Volume's
way,
gone
how
on.
do we stop the nation once again falling under the spell of vaccinations?
purely a consequence of the psychological mechanisms at work. The most important thing, I believe, is always that the people who do not buy into the
Oh my.
show piece.
Oh me. Oh.
Really just wide-eyed wonder. Eaten up by people like Nick West, and he uses to just completely trash the topic and all the great scientific research and scientists. And all that's getting swept under the rug. They hear Bob Lazar, they hear, and they think that that's, you know, the literally the extent of, you know, or maybe they don't. There's some people that really think that, oh, Bob Lazar's just scratching the surface, and there's got to be other programs, there's got to be other stuff, and they think that Bob Lazar was real. And that's fine if you want to believe that he's real and, you know, you want to pursue the story further. Don't take my word for it. I'm just trying to save you guys time. I've already been available for like 20 years, and it's just a waste of time. So I try to give you guys the best resources on it, try to put like the best information together that's hard to find now, and try to, you know, shove people like the right direction. You know, like, hey, you know, 18 years ago, just I know a lot of real science that come out in these defense intelligence reference documents. You know, we have metamaterials, metallic glass, thin films and coatings, glass forming alloys, casting and molding, you know, fracture toughness, fatigue, you know, metallic glass matrix composites, you know, a whole list of studies that were done or used in the bibliographies or cited as examples. These are scientists who, you know, in these bibliographies who could be doing classified work actively in relation to these subjects. You know, people want to talk about, oh, Bob Lazar, you know, recruited by Ed Teller, well, you know, because of a newspaper article while he was working at Los Alamos. They don't recruit people who are in the newspaper. They don't want people that are in the newspaper. They don't want people that are well known. They recruit a quiet nerd who's at university studying a weird subject, who's just got his, you know, thing and started a company with his buddy, and they have a you know, a good idea. And you know, these guys that start these companies up right out of college, and then they get bought up or bought out and given Air Force contracts, and suddenly they're, you know, 5 years later they're a huge company doing all kinds of crazy work, classified for military and stuff. And that's how these companies start up, and a lot of the big research these days is not actually under, you know, Lockheed Martin. 20 years ago maybe that was, you know, being done and stuff, but that was like the last of those studies that were done under the big companies. The last 20 years they went back to like what Mattel had, you know, was, and they've done a lot more of these private companies working on, you know, small.
We are not controlled by external forces or external.
Where it's just like a guy and his buddy out of college who start this company, and then they take off, and it becomes a
problem. Sure.
I don't want to name these companies that I know of several. Probably some right in your backyard.
Attitude, but it's that lower.
They're just like, you'll think it's just some machining shop or something that makes parts. And oh, by God, they build
within our ectopic, or may create any ectopic foci, whatever.
That's how it really works in the real world. It gets picked up. Bob Lazar's story is fascinating. It's awesome.
And we live in a world that's 99.
At the end of the day, there's no science there. There's no meat. potatoes. And if you want to learn real physics,
matter, because this is very important.
graduate from this stuff. And if you want to get real information, you need to have real physics. Just talk to the scientists. I'm surprised you guys, didn't get into more detail on the
A public face.
Honestly, it's cool. But yeah, 200 in the chat. This is awesome. Let's open it up to some question Q&A. And Corbell wants to come on here and jump in and defend himself and say, hey, I don't work for these alphabet gangs. I didn't sell my soul to the devil. I just got on Joe Rogan 3 times naturally because I'm just such an awesome guy.
Entered the monkey brain like yourself.
Yeah, I know, dude. They do though.
For one thing,
anyone wants to join, I'm pretty much gonna start shutting this down here soon. So I don't know.
goes on this, and I've taught on this.
Yeah, analog inertia, these quantized inertia, and Mike McCulloch's work, super awesome. I might be going to a conference with him.
We're living in a simulation, so we're living in a dream within a dream.
Here soon. Where the heck is that?
As you know, if you drop that cube and it shatters into 1,000 pieces, the same.
Here's a conference right here. Boom. Secret Space Program conference. So there's a whole bunch of people.
We're not living in a physical material.
I think this is the real stuff. This is not Tory Good. There might be a couple of those Tory Good types.
Your visual cortex is the.
I think this is a great speaker list. We've had a number of these people on the conference.
And your brain is able.
So cool. This is going. He's going to talk about this stuff. David Ellison on. So some very interesting.
These in wavelengths and the electrochemical makeup of the cerebral cortex and the frontal cortex.
Space program stuff and real programs, not big stuff that gets on
you until you open your eyes.
It's intelligence agency friendly. Yeah.
Kurt.
Well, what's going to happen is
Articles or content?
You're going to get a discount at the conference because you guys are coming.
Atoms and molecules and quarks and
I'm trying to work it out with Paolo. I'm going to talk to him. He's going to call me at some point. But I'm going to try to work it out. So
Moore and Einstein went on for years.
Scientists get a discount to come to the conference, and that way you get a chance to come and meet up with us and hang out.
Acceleration of the universe is.
And also, this doesn't mean this is in September, too, by the way. So this is September 14th, 16th to 17th.
Living in a physical material reality. So as Deacon.
So this is after the Tesla Tech conference. So Tesla Tech.
You talk about these different issues.
TeslaTech.info. Tesla Tech is August 10th.
We do not know.
So that's still going on. You can still pre-register today. You might be able to get a discount for if you mention it.
I get classified documents that no one else, very few people.
I'm going to be the first speaker on the first night there. So I have that conference ready to go. Talk about some space program stuff. Some of my experience talking to real Area 51 employees that got me into this. Some of my research into the technologies that they disclose and talk about. Yeah, man. I don't know. Should I end the stream or keep it going?
And this is why one needs to.
That was a great. That was a great clip too.
Brain keeps you in the physical.
I wish I took it quick. I really should go through it and make timestamps though, because that's like a whole other.
Confusion.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting, pretty revealing. But
So,
I don't know. Mick West is an interesting guy, but he's wrong about a lot of stuff. He
he's biased.
Years. We live in
Admittedly biased the opposite way, direction. You know, like Joe Rogan says, he wants to believe this stuff. A lot of Midwest
living in the physical material world. Any comment?
But he certainly follows my work, and he's interested in you know, what we're doing. I always like to point out, you know, Mick, would all your skeptics, you change your mind, right? If we were to, you know, tomorrow come out with one of the scientists that in one of the labs that we talk to comes to me tomorrow and shows me how to build anti-gravity, and we put them on the show, we show people how to do this, right? And we show people that this works, and we prove that we can.
Unless you get a classified document
using terahertz metamaterials or whatever other technology, we're trying it right now. We're building these things in our labs.
Institute experimentation on the human brain and on.
So, I want to know, Mick West and those Mick Westies, like, what happens when we show this stuff and demonstrate
Modulation experiment.
You know, and then Michio Kaku kind of he
This is where we get into mind
interview that he gave on Joe Rogan, or people were talking about that too.
Brain, I call it the bird.
On that embarrassing stance on UFOs, right?
Second floor.
Real Clear Science. A whole article on his embarrassing stance on UFOs as he shifted the proof, and he used some bad arguments.
Understand how to escape.
He said, you know, now the burden of proof shifted to the Pentagon, you know, that they have to prove these aren't extraterrestrial. No, they don't. They just have to try to identify what they are, and it's just, it's kind of bad. He did some bad things, but I think that maybe he's doing this as a soft disclosure. I'm thinking that maybe remember that Michio Kaku 20 years ago. Thank you for the 20-pound super chat, mate. That was much appreciated.
Societies.
Rockets do work in a vacuum. They absolutely do. Get your back straight. But Michio Kaku,
for the first time
20
they're
years
talking,
ago, he did for the
they're
Discovery
collaborating.
Channel. You know, what if we had recovered a UFO at Roswell? How would the technology and the physics of this thing operate? He talked about inertial cancellation.
In the last 20
visibility cloaks, but he didn't mention, you know, any of the physics of the real experiments of the researchers and scientists who actually, you know, publish papers on this stuff, like we get into on this show. You know, like the metamaterial. He didn't even mention metamaterials or the actual, you know, materials that he used to create visibility cloaks or any of the research that's been done into them. Just kind of said, oh, well, what if we had, you know, Jules Verne
compared to what we had
100 years ago, but you know, we dreamed about these things, and they could be possible in the future. But no, they're possible right now.
Suspect 2 million years for Homo sapien there.
There's tons of there's like $23 trillion missing.
Back about 2 million
missing from the budget right now. And we don't know where that money went, but I'm telling you, it's probably went into developing a lot of this technology. Probably already have a lot of this stuff. I know I've heard they're making stealth tanks and stealth aircraft.
We've learned a lot.
We're next generation stealth drones and stuff, man. And they're hypersonic too. They have these.
Where did we get all our
skin coatings? It's a whole new generation of these metamaterials and where they're at. Public has virtually no idea.
The general,
that, you know, that this stuff's been funded back. You know, a lot of this stuff goes back to the Nazis.
None of you understand what truth is.
Operation Paperclip. They helped develop our early space program. You know, so but I felt that they had the type of technologies we have now.
Everyone is a function of that exact same problem because everybody gets their own.
And it's interesting, you know, that the guy who discovered quasi-crystals did his postdoc at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
Push the invasion of reality onto you right now.
Well, that's DK and I've talked about.
Technologies did come from, you know, reverse engineering programs connected to extraterrestrial technology. It's classified.
Right, especially.
It's certainly possible, and it's certainly possible, still possible that those kind of programs exist. I just know that.
Found out something else.
And that he made up the stories for attention. And,
made up a lot of stuff for attention.
Crazy.
A lot of his story doesn't get enough. But anyways, Mick West loves people like that, so he can jump on that and debunk, and they can talk.
And
majority of the time talking about cattle mutilation and remote viewing, neither of which I really believe in.
Be for 10 years, as a yogi studying Kung Fu.
Technology versus new physics. Let's listen to that. Secret History of Anti-Gravity Research with left.
For 1 year.
This is good. And what terrain explanations are left. So, opinions on Bob Lazar. I did talk about that too.
That is so Just to this whole freaking trip. And
yeah, this is interesting. Let's break this down. Let's talk about Bob Lazar.
It's not getting any better.
I have a pretty good sense of when people are limelight seeking or people are limelight avoiding. A lot of these people seem like limelight avoiders.
Like Bob Lazar.
See, I have almost no knowledge of Bob Lazar. No, I'm not kidding. It's not like
I understand.
Yeah,
but he presents
vaguely
himself.
know who Graham Hancock is and something about Chariots of the Gods. I don't know anything. This is not my world.
No, Bob Lazar is, I guess, a divisive figure in the UFO community, and a lot of people just think he's a fraud, including me. But he presents himself as
I want to go into another.
even though he has ended up on various shows, he always says he's very reluctant to talk about it. If you talk to him, apparently people have talked to him.
And my last doctor said usually it takes about 9 months.
To kind of draw parallels between those and the people you've talked to, because they're completely different people. But being limelight avoiding, I don't think is necessarily a factor that.
No, it's not. It's not, because anyone can avoid the limelight. Q&A interview he gave, he got called out on a bunch of questions. And that video's still out there.
The train is late one
times. Yeah, the Vanta black paint. So it's basically a forest of carbon nanotubes, which absorbs all 99.9% of the incident light onto the material. It's really cool. Yeah, it creates the bubble underwater. It's because it's like hydrophilic or hydrophobic or something. It like traps the air against the material. It's kind of like the quick the inside of the ball doesn't mix with the chocolate milk. It just stays powder because the air bubbles or something. But anyways, for some reason I don't believe Bob Lazar is a fraud. Well, he's very convincing, and I didn't believe he was a fraud for a while until I started really getting into physics and learning real physics. Only then, once I started learning a lot more about chemistry and physics and really got into watching his reading and doing the research on him, did I realize that he was completely wrong direction. And probably, I've come to the conclusion now that he's being used as disinfo, even if he wasn't a disinfo agent at the time, maybe just some attention seeker. This guy is basically saying Joe Rogan is working for the CIA. Yeah, okay. No, I didn't say that at all. I did not basically say that or say that.
Oh, it's so hot.
I said that Joe Rogan. I showed where Joe Rogan said that he has a CIA guy that he talks to, who influences him on a lot of important topics and gives him a lot of important information.
I showed where Joe Rogan said that.
Who might be a handler because,
4
especially
hours.
with regard to the UFO topic, because there's a certain character who's been on the show numerous times, absolute crap information, and appearing like he's a handler for a lot of the UFO guests that Joe Rogan has had on. So that's very suspicious. Yeah, I did not say that anything like that, and I'm not basically saying any of that. So
serving time.
think Bob Lazar is for real, but Jeremy Corbell is just off. Something is not right about that guy.
Effect upon the German.
Well, I think Bob is much more composed. He's practiced.
They knew
He's like an actor who's practiced his lines and is, so used to repeating the same old story that he can just rattle it
Well,
off.
is
Dude,
General Major Walter Durenberger. He was
awesome. I appreciate that. That super chat. That is awesome. Yeah, I think that Bob, the reason that he comes
my
off
handler.
so good
I
is
grew
that,
up under.
he's an actor and he's just rehearsing his lines for the story, So
Basically, was trying.
It's really just becomes script for him at this point.
Okay, send the message about my mic. Maybe that on this. Okay, good at night, day, whatever.
New science is great, and new technology would indicate new science, but new technology is also an implementation of understanding of first scientific principles, which in itself would be useful and interesting.
We should be clear about why I'm saying it. There's a general tilt away from science towards technology. And there are two hijacked conversations. One is that every time we end up talking about this, it goes to the technology discussion. Because markets have been hot and science, in particular physics, has been kind of stagnant for a long time. And that means that people inadvertently start thinking about new technology from old science. We don't actually keep talking about science. The other thing is that Elon has more or less taken an imperative, which is that humans figure out whether we can stop sharing content and what happens. And that means in order to diversify our risk, and turned it into a conversation about SpaceX and Mars. And in both cases, what we're doing is we're taken away from a very real conversation. We've got a potential situation with the dictator who's invaded a neighboring country that in order 20th century never happened in Europe of all places, right next to Article 5 territory. This is extremely dangerous. In both cases, what we're doing is we're taken away from a very real conversation. We've got to try to figure out whether we can be spread out, because anything like an airborne 20th century.
These people streaming are clones. How influencers like Joe Reagan are manipulated by CIA behind the scenes.
Respiratory virus.
He can't stop blinking his eyes every 5 seconds.
Radiation spread out.
He's shape-shifted.
The planet very quickly.
He's got 1, 2, 3, 4 guests on the show.
We're in trouble. So it's very important to, is it possible to leave this place? And the chief reason that we are unlikely to be able to leave this place, and thus we are likely to die in short order due to our inexpertise, prowess, and our lack of wisdom, is the Einsteinian limit on travel. Now, it's very hard to prop that window open because people have frozen Einstein in and Elon in. And those two individuals have changed this conversation. The Einsteinian contribution means we always talk about is faster than light possible, which we shouldn't be talking about. We talk about wormholes. We talk about Alcubierre drives. We talk about time dilation and multi-gen. We talk about uploading into silicon. All of these things are
okay, there is a definite shapeshifter in the conversation.
On the other front, Elon has focused us in the diversity conversation to diversify from all on Earth to all on Earth plus Mars, as if we're going to terraform Mars before Elon turns 60. And both of these are very dangerous conversations when we have a very narrow hope of asking, should we be looking to figure out whether there's something beyond Einstein, which gives us possibilities beyond Einstein.
So this is one of the reasons I'm most interested in the Overton window here, which is if Einstein's restrictions persist to the ultimate theory, we're in a lot of trouble. It means we're probably not going anywhere, and our only hope is to stabilize this planet, which I don't see much hope in doing given how powerful we are. And we have to get away from technology and from rockets and from Elon and from Einstein if we're going to actually turn this into a legitimate question, which is there anywhere we can actually go? Or, as is likely the case, we're stuck here. And
again, why not in the why not both camps there? It's obviously we need to develop our technology, and yes, it would be great if we had more explorations of physics. But I don't really see how what I'm doing in any way narrows the Overton or expands the Overton.
I want people who think they have UFO data to be welcomed scientifically and not stigmatized and made to feel as if they're aberrant freaks.
Works for me. If people have UFO data, I think I personally am very happy to look at that data. I'm not just going to dismiss it out of hand. I'm going to analyze it. I guess the question you're raising there is, should other scientists be looking at this with some degree of seriousness? And yeah, there's an issue there. There is this stigma in science. But I think that stigma is largely well founded because of all the ridiculous stuff that comes along with UFOs. And I think if there was,
he is absolute shape-shifting.
Then people like the UAP task force
He can't keep his eyes still.
would have actually brought it forward and actually done something.
A natural human individual living soul. Don't blink so many times like that.
With it.
We're
I don't know. You're a top physicist. Well, you're a physicist. I don't know where you are in the world rankings, but
actually a mathematician. I don't know anybody in the top physics community who knows what the hell's going on.
Yeah, well, nobody knows what's going on. So it's not like
Super soldier program, underground dams, what's going on. What is this streaming?
The evidence is really very good.
Is the fact that our top people don't have the evidence?
Alien scientists.
I don't know.
This is Webflow. Meet the design tool from the future. The most powerful visual coding tool, coupled with the most...
I've recently been reading a lot about the KGB, about the FSB, so several things sparked my curiosity. So one, I'm traveling to Ukraine and to Moscow, and because of that, I started to sort of ask practical questions of myself, just travel, those kinds of things. So I started reading a lot about the KGB. Jack Barsky has a book on this. I talked to him. And you start to realize, you probably looked into some of this, but you start to realize the scale of surveillance, of manipulation. Now, a lot of them also talk about the incompetence of those organizations. The usual bureaucracy creeps in. But the point is, it seems like that there's no line they're not willing to cross for the purpose of gathering intelligence, for the purpose of controlling people in order to gather evidence. Now, this is MI6, FSB. There's not much information about the FSB or the GRU, but the KGB. So we're always like 20 years behind or more on the actual information. And so I started to wonder. So I have not officially been contacted by any intelligence agency, but I started to wonder, well, is there somebody I know that's doing that? Undercover CIA, or undercover FSB, undercover anything? You probably do. That's the question. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, people that have been in my bodies. Yeah, for sure. Do you think there was actual, I guess, that may have been?
100%. Imagine.
Would you know?
I have suspicions.
Do you care? Is this...
I mean,
it depends on what they're attempting to do, right? Like if I felt like there was some deception involved and they were trying to use the podcast to manipulate a narrative in a deceptive.
Oh, radiation's really bad. I have to save money on electricity bills.
Things running. Have more lights. We would recommend turn.
Can't hear a thing that hack him up with your phone, demons.
While you're reading. Substantially than the old tungsten bulbs. And another thing you can do is get USB powered bulbs. This is a bulb that I ordered off of Amazon. It's a 5-watt bulb. It won't run these at night while you're watching TV. This just runs off of on a 10,000 milliamp power bank. It'll run a small heat. Very nice background light to have. And these I can charge, solar charge.
If you feel that you really have to use an overhead light, then go ahead and unscrew the unheated light bulbs. 1 or 2 light bulbs in that light fixture would work fine for most of the tasks that you use it for. If you need additional lighting, it's really easy just to reach up and show you on this video. There will be links for them in the description of the video. Sometimes you actually don't even need to use electric light. Is our tip number 2.
Tip.
Natural light. Go ahead and rearrange. Natural light coming in windows is hit that piece of furniture. So when you're sitting in it, you'll be able to make use of the light that's already coming in the window. You won't even have to turn on the overhead light.
Number 3 is make use of natural air. You know, in some parts of the country, the humidity goes. It's not the case here in the Midwest. If you're in an area where it cools off quite a bit,
down, go ahead and open up your house and shut that air off, let that natural air.
If you need electrical help making that move through your house, old-fashioned tip, I used it in the 1970s, guys, which was to put a box fan window.
And it was step, put in a window fan. You know, we had window fans in our old house, and they were, they fill up a little better on the window than a box fan does. So I would highly recommend a good window fan that lost air.
When you use a window fan, by the way, it's like you want to pull that cool air in. What you really want to do is turn that fan around and fan to exhaust the air from the house. Open a window on the opposite side of the house, and then that is what creates that air where you're actually exhausting the hot air and pulling in air on the other side of the house. And a fan is actually a strategy for just use of fans. Say that we are fans of this. Sir, for this video. Wealth advisors. John, the rest of the team, wealth advisors, have been our personal planners for a number of years. John asks a lot of questions, and he does it so that he can understand what your goals are. Larry and I have John's professional perspective with a personal touch. We just met with John 5 weeks ago, and he took 2 hours of his time to help us walk through what it will look like and feel like when Larry retires at the end of this year. And he asked a lot of questions that we didn't even know the questions that we should be asking, and he gave us lots of information and things that we needed to be thinking about now.
What I found helpful is that John will take you through all of the options available, and he'll help you select what best suits your particular needs.
Now, if you live in the United States, John would love to help you out with financial planning or investments or retirement advice. And you'll find a link to Creekmore Wealth Advisors in the description of this video.
Now back to tips on actual physical fans.
What's it cost to actually use a fan as compared to central air? Fans cost between 1 and 2 cents per hour to use. That AC, somewhere between 6 and 88 cents per hour. Now, I know that that's a huge range, but it really depends on the type of air conditioner. Are you using a window unit? Are you using central air? The size of the room, the age of your house, the insulation in your house, the square footage of your house. It's just a number of different factors. So that's a huge range. What it does tell us is that it's substantially less expensive. See. But one of the questions that we find is really interesting is, can you use them together? Now, this is something you may not have thought of. Fans work on evaporation, so they cool your skin, and you need to be sitting in the same room with them. But if you will use fans that you're sitting in, statistically, central air by up to 4 with no loss.
It's ridiculous. I can't do this anymore.
Talk about that a little bit more in this video.
So I'm going to end the stream now because they're just hacking into my card.
42 watts, and that is so much less than what air conditioning uses. So certainly using a fan is